it says, does it say testing new stream? All right. Let's go a little bit more in here. Gaming. Oh, that's where we went off to. So what else can we do to help for creativity? Um, Painting, drawing, gaming. What else? Man, it could be anything. Anything. And creative. Not really easy to do. Self-care. Now that's a tough one. Self-care. That would be eat, sleep, clean, brush teeth. Change clothes. Wash. Bedding. Cut hair, trim beard. That's the one that I'm not doing very well. Cut hair. Trim beard. What do you guys think? Do you think I'm doing good at that? Or do you think I need to work on that one a little bit more? I think I gotta work on it a little bit more. Let's see what's going on Twitter. Nate the lawyer. What? What? Oh man. Poor guy. That's crazy. He's got a court case going against Boozy for defamation. He said he wasn't a lawyer. And he obviously is a lawyer. Anyways. Well, I guess. Yeah, that I guess I could have read that out loud. I'll get better. Keffel's video on track to release sometime next week and moving on to different projects. Oh, he's got a Keffel's video coming out. That should be interesting. Yeah, should flip the table instead of punching it. I don't know what this is. Hello. Destiny reposted. Oh. Well, that was boring. Anybody to chat with? GGers. Look at that. All right. We will check out something else to do. If anybody pops in, write something in chat and let me know. I gotta remember that I can't see the YouTube chat very easily. Scuffed. So scuffed. Alright.
Hockey is by far the...
Let's give this a watch. Wonder if I could... No, stop recording.
most broken ability in all of One Piece, allowing people to do truly insane things like see the future, defeat their enemies with a single glare, or even negate and overpower even the strongest devil fruits out there. It's a power that even allows people without a devil fruit like Roger, Shanks, or Mihawk to stand at the top of the One Piece world, but even though most people are familiar with the 3 basic types, did you know that there are actually 18 unique types of Haki?
Oh, that looks pretty cool. Ryo Mission, Black Blade, Future Sight, Breath of All Things, Ashura. Holy. Well, looks like we got them all. Pause it. Oh yeah, that was the other thing I was doing. New comments display here. Let's see if it works. Go to this. Well, that's pretty far behind. Oh, that can't be used. Alright.
Abilities that someone can train and unlock, and I'm going to explain all of them. And to begin, what exactly even is Haki? Well, the Japanese world itself has quite a range of translations, including spirit, vigor, and ambition, but the best and most simple to describe it is willpower, meaning that Haki is the willpower of a person manifested in several different powerful ways. The Dark King Rayleigh describes it pretty perfectly when he's training Luffy, actually. He says that, quote, Haki is a power that lies dormant in all the world's creatures. Someone's presence, their fighting spirit, and intimidation, it's not that different from the things that humans are naturally able to perceive, such as these. The act of not doubting oneself, that is true strength. To sum it up, Haki is the secret backbone of the entire One Piece power system, and it's got a bunch of really crazy variations that Haki users can master. In fact, each type enables them to pull off some truly mind-bending feats, so let's break each of them down. And to begin, there are 3 basic forms of Haki, of course: Armament, Observation, and Conqueror's Haki. Now, these 3 core abilities on their own can actually take a weakling average fighter and turn them into an absolute monster. Armament Haki enables its user to use their own aura as a sort of armor to defend against attacks and boost up their power to truly incredible levels. Not to mention that it's the core way that Haki users can actually take down Devil Fruit users, especially those pesky Logia Fruit users, because they turn their body into elements. However, if a fighter uses Armament Haki, they can actually use their fearsome willpower to disable a Devil Fruit power and compress it back into the human form. Doesn't matter if they're made of sand, smoke, or even ice, with Armament Haki, you're going to land a mighty blow directly on someone's face. But just when you thought it couldn't get any more powerful, what if I told you that every type of Haki also has these incredibly advanced sub-applications? Yeah, it gets truly bonkers, and the things that people do with advanced Armament Haki, it's absolutely insane. Let's start with the first one, which is Ryo, and with it, Ryo Emission. It's a quite absurd power we learned about first in Wano. It's kind of the art of emitting Haki out of the user's body to stop their foes. We actually see this time and time again during Luffy's fight with Kaido, where thanks to Ryo Emission, Luffy is able to attack Kaido without even having to touch him. But people can actually take this even further, producing the terrifying and devastating internal destruction. And not only does that sound like a kind of sick metal band, but its power is truly unstoppable, because as the name implies, it basically lets the user imbue their Haki into their target, literally destroying them from the inside out. And as you might have noticed, you can't really block an attack from the inside. But just thinking about this kind of sends shivers down my spine. That's a kind of godlike ability to have right there. But with all of that in mind, we shouldn't really forget the other ways to fight as well. After all, not everyone uses their fists to completely smush their foes. Luckily though, as it turns out,
That'd be so crazy. I'd say hockey. I wonder. I have, I wonder how long. Hmm. I wonder if something changed. Excuse me. Four, five, six. 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3 didn't show up. Oh, 4, 5, 6 showed up there. 1, 2, 3. Then that one's off. Hmm. All right. So that 1, 2, 3 doesn't show up anywhere. Oh, it shows up over there on the screen, but I can't see that. All right.
Swords and other objects with Haki are just as effective. And that's because external infusion allows the user to push their own willpower into an object like their weapons, bringing their strength and durability to a truly indestructible level. Swordsmen like Zoro, Law, and the strongest swordsman of all, Mihawk, use this power to cut down their opponents like slices of butter. Whether it's dismantling the stone colossus Pika, shredding the fearsome glutton Big Mom, or destroying entire frozen tsunamis, Haki blades truly produce some nightmarish results. And yes, also before someone goes, oh, actually Manu, yeah, you can actually infuse any type of weapon with Haki. Snipers like Yasop or Vanaugur can infuse their Haki into their guns and bullets. Fighters like Yamato and Kaido can infuse their giant clubs as well, so don't try to get too technical on me here, please. And so once again, bringing it all the way back to swords here though, there is one final advanced armament Haki technique that I still haven't brought up. It's quite mystical, it's very sacred, and it's only been done as far as we know twice in the series. Mihawk's Yoru and the absolutely legendary samurai of Wano, Ryuma's Shusui. Because we're talking about the ultimate technique of the Black Blades. Basically, it's implied that a true master swordsman can imbue their own Haki into their blades so much and so often that at some point it becomes permanently infused with their willpower even when they're not around or even dead. This creates an unshatterable, powerful blade, and needless to say, it requires a true mastery of Haki to accomplish this feat at all. In other words, no wonder that they are legendary swordsmen because their Haki powers are quite divine as well. However, they do say that the mind is stronger than the body, and when it comes to Haki, well, that may just be the case as well, because thanks to observation Haki, people can literally break the laws of space and time. Yeah, it gets quite extraordinary. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, get ready, because once I talk about the advanced version of observation, your jaws will truly drop. Trust me, I can see the future. Now, at its core, observation Haki really revolves around enhancing one's eyesight and senses and how you perceive the world. Using your willpower to boost your own senses, enabling you to process things at a truly incredibly fast speed. People like Dracula Mihawk would be a perfect example of that, being able to see the insane speed of someone like Gear 2nd Luffy during the
I've been watching One Piece. I guess I don't have to.
for it with just basic observation Haki alone. For comparison, that is something that even the CP9 agents
Well, I gotta figure out how to play videos too for people. I wonder if it says how many people watching. that's pretty far back. I'm pretty sure everything's working. Let's double check. Coping with stress. Taking care of ourselves and growth. What? What's wrong with this? Oh. There we go. What the hell? I'm so confused. Where have all the people gone? I wonder. Oops. There. Okay, so it's working. There. And still figuring out this crap. That shows so far back. Huh. Let's keep watching.
Weren't able to do. Or of course, another really great observation user was NL during Skypiea. However, for them, it was actually known as Mantra. This basically allowed him to sense the entire Sky Island, knowing when issues and intruder arrived, and basically knowing everyone's position in his surroundings at all times. That is way better than having a security camera, that's for sure. You see, this form of Haki is practically a sixth sense, but instead of seeing ghosts like that old movie, you can detect other people's emotions, presences, and strength, and even intent through your sheer willpower. That is absolutely wild if you ask me, and Kobe is another prime example of emotional sensing as well. We actually see him do exactly that at Marineford, where he first awakens that ability. Kobe detected all of the negative emotions of all the soldiers and pirates active during the war. In fact, it was so overwhelming for him that he nearly broke down thanks to that insane flood of negative willpower into his own head. And while that's all fine and dandy, let's get into the real nitty gritty here, and let's talk about the advanced applications and their truly mind-bending power. That's because the advanced version of the basic observation Haki transforms into true aura sensing, and thanks to that, characters can actually detect people down to their very shape and exact location from miles and kilometers away. As a great example, we see Usopp and Fujitora do this during Dressrosa, and it's actually how Fujitora perceives the world in the first place and how he's able to walk around. Just the only way that he can detect and see anyone is this crazy advanced form of observation Haki. Next, there is also the really weird voice of all things. Something that almost seems like an imaginary conversation or psychic ability. The user can actually detect the thoughts of animals and some objects. Didn't even know that was possible, but hey, people like Luffy, Roger, and Momonosuke seem to use it to locate and decipher the poneglyphs, the ancient map to Lost Tale. On top of that, they also communicate with the legendary highly intelligent creatures like the sea beast and the titanic elephant Zanisha. And while it hasn't been 100% confirmed yet, Trafalgar Law may also actually have this ability, as he seems to react very similarly to the others in moments where the voice is important. In fact, Zoro may even have something similar, though it might be its own ability, as during his battle with Daz Bones, he seems to hear the breath of all things, something that hasn't really been explained at all, but seems to fall in line with this early understanding of Haki due to his insane fighting spirit. So it might be something like the voice of all things, or it might be its own unique subcategory of observation Haki altogether. And to make things even more unbelievable, the other two advanced applications
Kick ass. He was using Haki before Haki was even decided. Oh, I love that fight. He's like, oh, so I just have to become somebody who can cut steel. You can't beat me, I'm steel. We'll figure it out. Where did...
of observation are the real meat and potatoes here, because these skills break the laws of physics and may just be the craziest powers in all of One Piece. And to start, even though it's technically not quite canon, I do have to bring up Usopp and Yasop during the One Piece film Red, and that's because a lot of abilities in that movie seem to have great implications for the canon rest of the series, as we will talk about later with our resident Haki man, Red Hair Shanks. However, staying with observation Haki here, the two Sniper family members actually seem to do the impossible. They are able to share their vision between dimensions. How? What? Yeah, it's kind of insane. Usopp and Yasop are able to actually connect their vision, each able to see what the other person is doing, ultimately leading them to take down the Tot Musica. Now, I do hear you, I want to see canon abilities, Manu. Well, don't worry, first of all, Film Red actually included a ton of newly revealed canon abilities, but we also did save the best for last because that's right, it's time to talk about Future Sight. This absolutely broken ability allows a Haki user to literally see into the future. It's an ability that only the most advanced users of observation Haki can actually use, and if you don't have it, good luck trying to defeat anyone who does. That's because they will know what you're gonna do before you even have the chance to ever pull it off. Honestly, they know about it before you even think about it. Katakuri nearly destroys Luffy having this ability, and we actually see its true power and full potential thanks to someone like Shanks, who may just be able to see not just seconds, but several minutes into the future. At least it's implied to be that long on Elbaf when he ruthlessly cuts down useless Kid over here after he foresees that he will attack all of his weak underlings. And actually, speaking more about Shanks, I think it's finally time that we talk about the strongest and most exciting type of Haki that there is, Conqueror's Haki. You see, Conqueror's Haki is simply the ultimate willpower, and unlike most forms of Haki, it's not available to everyone. That's right, while technically the other two forms can be trained from the ground up by anyone there is in the One Piece world, that is not the case for this last one. Only those with the will of a king can actually handle this true power, and if your inherent desires aren't to be the strongest or the best or to be king, you just will not be able to access this force of nature. We're talking 1 in millions here. And before we get too carried away with the specifics, I want to mention that this power actually manifests as an absolutely killer-looking black and red lightning. It is the most metal-looking thing in all of One Piece, without question, including Kid, and this unrelenting force just so happens to be the coolest-looking thing in the entire franchise, in my personal opinion. But here's the best part. While its raw power is quite unrelenting, it's also not that complicated to understand. After all, we do love ourselves a simple but effective power, because basic Conqueror's Haki has basically just one use: pure domination. In other words, it's awesome. Nevertheless, basic Conqueror's Haki does allow someone to use their willpower to override the will of weaker people. Essentially, you're playing a game of war, which means whoever's willpower is stronger will win. That's of course why actually standing up to a Conqueror's Haki user, you do need to have truly incredible spirits yourself, or Conqueror's Haki in the best case as well. Now, we actually first see this power used in the series in the very first chapter by Shanks when he stares down the Lord of the Coast, who is a massive sea king, leaving it swimming away with its tail between its fins, I guess? Yeah, that's right. With one glance, a true conqueror can just destroy their enemy's will to fight, eat, and even survive in the first place. And as you can imagine, as a result, there's only a very, very small handful of characters that can actually use this power in the story. In fact, there are less than a total of 20 confirmed users of this Haki throughout the entire series, and even fewer can tap into any of its advanced forms. And speaking of those advanced forms, there are 5 of them, just like with the other two, and they they are truly terrifying. But let's start with the simplest one, which is animal taming. Through their willpower, this form allows a user to not only knock out their animal foes, but rally them to their own side instead. Now, for the most part, they use it to simply make them stand down, such as Rayleigh, for example, with this massive elephant, or Shanks with the Lord of the Coast, but Luffy constantly uses it to befriend animals throughout the series, which by itself is already such a cool power. But now that the nice one is out of the way, let's get straight into the menacing Conqueror's Haki infusion. Because that's right, just like with Armament Haki, a true Conqueror's Haki wielder can actually also infuse their weapons and their fists with their kingly will. In doing so, allowing them to physically attack their enemies with not only their armament, but their king-like will as well. It may sound simple, but it's an absolutely busted ability, and there is a reason why only a true few handful of people have ever mastered it. Not only that, but we do find out through Kaido on Onigashima that it's absolutely necessary to master this form of advanced Haki in order to even become a Yonko. Well, I guess until Buggy roll around at the very least, or who knows, maybe that clown will bust out the most insane and world-breaking Haki in the series. We'll see. However, as it turns out, this type of Conquerors may actually have its very own subvariants, kind of like a Russian nesting doll for Haki techniques, and that's because it's heavily implied that Zoro's legendary technique Ashura is actually a sort of variation on Haki infusion. At least it is according to Kaido here. Because using this fear-inducing power, Zoro seems to be able to manifest multiple limbs and swords to slice and dice his enemies. And to be fair, it may be that he's simply projecting his Haki into his blades and body so that he can move at supersonic speeds, or that's just how his enemies perceive him, but even then, it's clear that Zoro can do something with his Conqueror's Haki that most other people can't. And speaking of Conqueror's Haki abilities that nobody can actually do, it's time to talk about the king of this ability, Red Hair Shanks. Because this man can seemingly do it all, and it's all thanks to his immense willpower. In fact, he's just a true force of nature of willpower and practically a walking natural disaster. It's been implied that he can knock down fleets of over 100,000 men by simply using his basic Conqueror's Haki, and when he busts out any of his advanced forms, well, it's pretty much game over for anyone in his path. Yes, I mean, of course, he does have the Haki infusion, the taming ability, but that's not even half of it. He can actually project his own Conqueror's Haki a minimum of hundreds of kilometers, as we've seen him projecting his own Haki from his blade from the top of his ship on the shores of Wano all the way to the top of the island. Are you kidding me? He's practically casting spells at this point using his Haki. I mean, move over Haki man, Shanks is practically a Haki god. But you see, I haven't even told you the craziest thing about him yet. You see, his final technique breaks the rules of the One Piece world itself. To put it bluntly, he's able to transcend time itself using his kingly Haki powers. What do I mean by that? Well, we found out in Volume 4 Billion, which was a special release together with Film Red, that Shanks has the special title of Killer of All Observation Haki. You heard me right. This man can destroy an opponent's ability to use Future Sight with his own Conqueror's Haki. And not only that, it doesn't negate his Future Sight, he can literally bend the laws of space and time to his will. Like, what's an absolute legend? His Haki is truly the king of kings. Really, the only thing in One Piece that helps you somewhat get a chance against such powerful Haki in One Piece is an even more powerful Devil Fruit, but just like with Haki, there are surprisingly a lot more than the 3 basic types of fruits that you're familiar with. And you can learn everything about the 11 different types of Devil Fruits in this video right here, and I promise you, it's somehow even more mind-boggling than Haki. Thanks for watching, and using my Future Sight, I can see you having a blast with the rest of this One Piece content. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed it, please subscribe, helps the channel, and I will see you in the next one.
That was pretty good. So we gotta figure something out. See what Rev says.
Hey, what's up guys, Rick here. So today we have a lot of art-related drama and news to cover, including some very funny Your Lights Are Public moments. Now before we get into that, I have to share some more difficult news with you guys involving Pixiv. Now Pixiv is a very popular art platform, especially among Japanese artists, and they've been dealing with some issues that other art platforms have been dealing with, and this is something I covered in a previous video. Now what's going on with that? Well, it has to do with payment processors like MasterCard and Visa threatening to pull their services if these art platforms don't censor or remove certain types of not safe for work art. Now we've seen some platforms like Gumroad, in their attempt to keep these payment processors, have to outright remove all of their not safe for work content from their platform, but Pixiv is another one that's been targeted, and now we have an update that was put into effect yesterday and will be officially in effect on the 25th. It says this: additions and updates to the terms of service related to restrictions to comply with regional laws will go into effect on April 25th, 2024. Now, of course, when you check out this update, it's very specific about the regions that will be affected. Starting from April 25th, a new section, restrictions on unacceptable content to comply with regional laws, has been added to the Pixiv terms of use. This change only affects users whose country/region is set to the US or UK. Now, that makes a lot of sense because a lot of the outrage over this artwork that is hosted on places like Pixiv has been coming from Western users and Western sources, especially from the United States and United Kingdom. So the fact that these were singled out is not too surprising and probably a smart move on the behalf of Pixiv. So here are the actual restrictions, and they are very, very open-ended. So they say this: in using the services, users must...
I wonder if I can play, let's see if we can play a game. Oh, I'm still playing with you guys here? I totally forgot I was playing this game.
A pleasing slumber.
No, let's try. Played for a few hours this game. Let's try playing. I wonder what the hell's going on with that. Cloud status taking a while to check. Upper GX 55. Right, we'll see if I can stream this game. If you're just tuning in now, thanks for tuning in. Ugh. Just trying to deal with the opacity of this. I believe it. Well, if anybody starts watching and they like people dying, that. One day. One day now. All we gotta do is show the people who we are. Show them who we are on the inside. Show them what kind of person dies so easily in the game, but is so cool. It's so messed up. Fell down. I didn't even have a chance to. You got me twice. Come on now, come lay. Ah! Don't trip on me. Come lay. My girl. being a good girl, aren't you? Not right now. Let's just. I will be right back. We'll create some stuff in V Rising. Come on. All right. What else do we need? Growth. Be open-minded. And exercise. Walk. These are all the things we gotta do, guys. Shoshin. Alright, now let's read that crap. Shoshin is a concept from Zen Buddhism meaning beginner's mind. It refers to having an attitude of openness, eagerness, and lack of preconceptions when studying, even at an advanced level, just as a beginner would. The term is especially used in the study of Zen Buddhism and Japanese martial arts. It was popularized outside of Japan by Shuryu Suzuki's 1970 Zen Mind, Beginner Mind. Cool, we don't need that. The term is especially used in the study of Zen Buddhism and Japanese martial arts. Shoshin. Looks pretty good. Exercise and take one step toward your dream goal. Eating one step a day. One step a day gets you closer. Now we're talking. I'm not recording. Healthy eating, hobbies, creativity, self-care, purpose, painting, drawing, gaming, anything where you... Oh yeah, I was doing P Rising. Let's just...
must gather blood to feed my castle heart. is my power. This will not work. I cannot build here. This will not work.
we'll be back. I'm going to let my dog go pay. This is what we got. Well, we could get somebody in here, but I can't let that be the excuse. We gotta go over it. Let's do some today's readings. April 23rd. April 23rd. AA is not a cure-all. It would be a product of false pride to claim that AA is a cure-all, even for alcoholism. As Bill sees at page 285. In my early years of sobriety, I was full of pride, thinking that AA was the only source of treatment for a good and happy life. It certainly was the basic ingredient for my sobriety, and even today, with over 12 years in the program, I'm very involved in meetings, sponsorship, and service. During the first 4 years of my recovery, I found it necessary to seek... Nell! Sorry for the interruption. Just waiting for Nell to come back. I love her. Nell. What were you doing, honey? What were you doing? My little. Read the Daily Reflections. This is a book of reflections by AA members for AA members. Right. I wonder if I'm allowed to. I don't know if I'm allowed to read this. In my early years of sobriety, I was full of pride, thinking that AA was only the source of treatment. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't read this. Let's read something else then. I forget how this one was. I guess I could read this out loud. I wonder if this is Confucius the Analects. Let's look it up together. read it. Oh, looks like I started reading it. Preface. The Analects is the single most important book in the history of China. Yet for the uninitiated, the fact is hard to grasp. This fact is hard to grasp because the principal figure in the book, Confucius, is often seen to be responding to a question, offering a comment, or just thinking aloud. He refrained from putting forth the theories. The Analect says, did not think that he must be right. His approach is personal, so that even when a simple fellow asks him a question, Confucius has to knock at both sides of the question until everything has been considered. In the introduction, I just heard something. In the introduction to his translation of Montaign's essays, Donald Frame tells us, Montaigne resists definition, yet this very difficulty points to one answer, that the book is the man. Perhaps the same is true of Confucius and the Analects, but the Analects is not a record of what Confucius wrote, only of what he said. It is, in hindsight, the way Confucius represented himself to the world, though he never intended for that to happen, since it was his disciples and generations of disciples following them that compiled the book. How then did such work end up being the central point of reference for scholars, thinkers, rulers, political counselors, and just about anyone in the last 2,500 years of this Chinese history? And how did Confucius's voice become a source of authority for the Chinese, even for the leaders of the present communist government, through a combination of hard work and chance, one might say. In the years right after his death in 479 BC, competitive interpretations of what Confucius had taught helped to keep his name and his ideas alive. Then, in the next 200 years, two followers, Mencius and Zunzi, took his teachings in different directions, and between them, much ground was covered, from the self to society and nature. These men's disquisitions on a man's inborn dispositions. Jeez, man. On his private and public duties, on what is fair and what is misguided. Oh, I guess I could turn this light on. There we go. I will continue. These men's disquisitions on a man's inborn dispositions, on his private and public duties, on what is fair and what is misguided judgment, and the many moral conundrums of life could seem like a long stretch from what Confucius had originally put forth, but the world had changed by their time. People demanded more from the wise and learned because there were more variables in human relationships and in one's... Oh man, I'm not getting any of this. In human relationships and one's own relation to the state. Also, more contenders had entered the field, but Mencius and Zunzi were not just eyeing the opposition. They had to be ready, of course, to spar with the quickest and most discerning minds of their day. But more important, they were looking to satisfy their yearning for knowledge. In the course of their endeavor, Confucius would grow in name and stature. Imperial patronage in the Han Dynasty, Han Dynasty? Sounds better. After China became a unified country in the 2nd century BC, helped Confucius secure a permanent place within China's institutions. Bureaucracy, law, education, social organization, and ritual practice all stood on principles that bore the influence of Confucius's assumptions and beliefs. This, however, does not mean that Confucius's did not go through periods of decline. The longest of these lasted nearly 700 years, from the beginning of the six dynasties, 2200 to 59 to 589, to the Tang dynasty, 618 to 906, during which time Buddhism, a foreign religion, captivated the Chinese imagination, and the Chinese, in turn, shaped the foreign religion to look like their own. Interesting. It was in response to the imminent threat of losing their cultural distinction that Chinese, in the beginning of the Song Dynasty, 960 to 1279, saw a need to revive Confucian teachings. The movement unfolded gradually, and by the end of that dynasty, nearly everything was being addressed by this new Confucianism, from the arcane to the practical, from metaphysics to the spiritual cultivation of officials. I wonder if I don't think I missed anything. No. There we go. That's kind of bright, isn't it? Just gonna take a drink. Swear. I'm so surprised I'm not pre-diabetic. Unless I am, and I don't know it. Alright. The movement unfolded gradually, and by the end of that dynasty, nearly everything was being addressed by this new Confucianism, from the arcane to the practical, from metaphysics to spiritual cultivation, from scholarships and learning and education, from the selection of officials to principles of government. The Confucian counselors in the next dynasty, the Yuan, 1279 to 1368, managed to persuade their Mongol rulers to tighten the focus of the civil service examinations, limiting them to four books from the Confucian canon and a set of commentaries sanctioned by the imperial court. The Analects was one of these four books. In a society where, for most men, succeeding in the examinations and thus securing a government post was the only avenue to raising one's social standing, what this meant was that the Analects, along with the three related texts, became a fixture in the studies of all those who were able to get an education. That's pretty cool. These hopeful aspirants would memorize the text when they were very, very young. When they were very young, and then return to it repeatedly as a daily exercise, as almost. In time, the book would have helped them to shape their views, and might even have helped them to find a moral anchor. But the story of the Analects does not end there. If competition against foreign religion fueled the Confucian revival in the song, disagreements within the tradition of how to read the Analects kept the book alive, and the man who started it all vigorous and relevant until today. Most of the translations in English, however, do not reflect this rich tradition in reading the Analects. Instead, they tend to favor one commentary, she's from the 12th century, that had become a standard through 500 years of imperial support and only interpretation that the state would accept in the civil service examinations. My work follows a different approach. I relied on the scholars from the last 300 years, scholars who put research before ideology, to show me the competing interpretations and the possibilities of understanding a word, a sentence, or a passage, and my translation of is what I arrived at after I had considered the range of my choices before me. My hope, of course, is to recover some of the ambiguities and nuances of what Confucius says, which are often lost if one comes to trust a single voice or hear a single vision or see or void whatever. In the introduction to this translation, I offer a brief account of Confucius's life and some guidance about how to read the Analects. I will also explain why one would need a traditional commentaries to make sense of this book and how I have tried to handle the bulk of this knowledge and scholarship from the last 2,000 years. A chronology of China's dynastic history follows the introduction. Very few chapters called books in the translation have a prefatory synopsis. Like, I don't even know what prefatory means. Let's look to see what prefatory means. Prefatory. Let's think about it. In the translation, I have a prefatory synopsis. Prefatory sounds like preface. Sounds like to be before. Let's check it out. Prefatory. What the heck? Email. Hi, my girl. I love you. I love you. My honey girl. Come lay, honey. Come lay. All right. Come lay. Come lay. Come lay now. Come on, honey. How you doing, sweetheart? You gotta pee? You gotta pee? I will be right back. Dog might have to go pee again. We are back. Oh. Gonna read a little bit more from the preface. Very. Very few chapters, called books, in the translation have a prefatory synopsis. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Basically introductory. Therefore, unless it's a good reason to suggest one, I have refrained from providing a synopsis to let it become an obstacle, lest it become an obstacle. A limitation of misdirection to reading. Glossaries of names and terms carry the same risk, I feel, and so my approach is to provide the commentary, a thorough description of a name or a term when it first appears in the text, and then to gloss it each time it shows up again. This is my attempt to think aloud about the character of, say, a disciple like Zigong or Zilu, and about what Confucius means by Ren, humaneness, or Ming, dynasty. My hope is that by the end of the book, the reader will have come to his or her own conclusion about a given person or idea. I have, however, drawn together in Appendix 1 an index of the disciples of Confucius and of historical individuals that appear in the Analects of Appendix 2, and an index of terms and of topics in Appendix 3, an index of Chinese scholars and thinkers cited commentaries. I have also... Okay, I can't focus on this anymore. That's twist in my head. April 23rd, 26th, 25th. April 23rd. Opening ourselves to love. Allowing ourselves to receive love is one of the greatest challenges we face in our recovery. Many of us have blocked ourselves from receiving love. We may have lived with people who used love to control us. They would be there for us, but at the high price of our freedom. Love was given or withheld to control us and have power over us. It was not safe for us to receive love from these people. We may have gotten accustomed to not receiving love, not acknowledging our need for love, because we lived with people who had no real love to give. At some point in recovery, we acknowledge that we too want to need to be loved. We may feel awkward with this need. Where do we go with it? What do we do? Who can give us love? How can we determine who is safe and who isn't? How can we let others care for us without feeling trapped, abused, frightened, and unable to care for ourselves? We will learn. The starting point is surrender to our desire to be loved, our need to be nurtured and loved. We will grow confident in our ability to take care of ourselves with people. We will feel safe enough to let people care for us. We will grow to trust our ability to choose people who are safe and who give us love. We may need to get angry first, angry that our needs have not been met. Later, we can become grateful to those people who have shown us that what we don't want, the ones who have assisted us in the process of believing we deserve love, and the ones that come into our life to love us. We are opening up like flowers. Sometimes it hurts as the petals push open. Be glad. Be glad. I couldn't care any less. Be glad. Our hearts is opening up to the love that is and will continue there to be for us. Oh my gosh, continue to be there for us. Surrender to the love that is there for us, to the love of the people, the universe, and the higher power sent our way. Surrender to love without allowing people to control us or keep us from caring for ourselves. Start by surrendering to love for yourself. Today I will open myself to the love that is here for me. I will let myself receive love that is safe, knowing I can take care of myself with people. I'll be grateful to all the people from my past who have assisted me in my process of opening up to love. I claim, accept, and am grateful for the love that is coming to me. Nice. Book 4. Just doing some reading. Oh yeah. There's book 1. Note on the translation. Chronology. Holy man. Is it not a pleasure to learn? And when it is timely to practice what you have learned? Is it not a joy to have friends coming from afar? Is it not gentlemanly not to become resentful if no one takes notice of your learning? That's awesome. That's awesome. That's spectacular, lads. That's spectacular, lads. Right. Bloody well spectacular. Yeah, I don't know about getting back to that page though. Where's 1, 2? Huh. Interesting book. All right. All right.
This will not work.
Died there.
This will not work. This will not work.
Oh, what a horrible way to have to do this. Let's go fly over this thing, see what it looks like.
cannot build here.
All right. Let's exit there. Hey, honey. How you doing, my girl? How you doing? 2 hours, 41 minutes. Not a very long one. I know. I know. Hi, my baby. Hi, my baby. My girl. She's got a good puppy here. You guys can't see her. You can't see my puppy? You can't see my puppy? No? You can't see my puppy? Come lay. Come lay, honey. Come on. Come on. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl, honey. And we were learning words.
Comply with various laws and regulations applicable to their country or region. Actions that violate the laws and regulations of any country are not permitted when using the services. The actions listed below are examples of prohibited activities. However, these are not the only actions that the company may deem prohibited. Additionally, these restrictions may be modified at the discretion and blah, 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 blah. So here they list the United States. So this is, if you're from the United States, you have your region set to the United States. Basically everything. Anything that is slightly lewd is gone. You're not allowed to host that on Pixiv. Now, there's these rules here. You can pause and read for yourself, but I think the final two rules here really just sum it up. So it says this. Post any content that is obscene, illegal, unlawful, fraudulent, defamatory, libelous, abusive, lewd, invasive of personal privacy or publicity rights, harassing, hateful, racially or ethnically offensive, or encourages conduct that would be considered a criminal offense. Give rise to...
What do we think about this? This is a start. First they start with one thing. I don't know. When does it stop? Is it going to be big boobs next? I mean, I don't care right now, but that's all it takes is one little step, and then there's a slippery slope.
To civil liability, violate any law, or is otherwise inappropriate. So basically, you can't post art there that is lewd or is deemed otherwise inappropriate. Do you see how wide of a net that is? But it continues. In number 5, post any content that appeals to the prurient interest, is patently offensive in light of community standards where you are located, or where such may be accessed or distributed, lacks serious, literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, or otherwise violates any applicable obscenity laws, rules, or regulations. So this entire thing right here, like I said, very open-ended, but this is all based on their interpretation, or whoever's making them post this, their interpretation of U.S. obscenity laws. Now, if you look with a very quick Google search, you can see that their interpretation is way wider than the actual laws. Now, they point out here that there is, of course, state laws that have differing views of what is obscene, but overall, the federal standard in the United States is right here under this test right here. You can see some similar language you saw, especially in rule number 5 on the previous thing we just looked at. But you can see here, this is the test to determine if something is obscene. Whether the average person applying contemporary community standards would find that work, taken as a whole, appeals to the prurient interest. Whether the work depicts or describes in a patently offensive way sexual conduct specifically defined by the applicable state law. And here's the most important part. and whether the work taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. So let me just give you a quick summation of this. This test in and of itself, this obscenity test, is very controversial. It's archaic, it's draconian, it is very contested in the United States. This whole thing is already an issue, but the interpretation posted on the updated terms of service on Pixiv is a much more open-ended version of these rules. And instead of taking this very key and, it's just or on Pixiv's terms of service. So in order to be obscene, it has to be all of these things, which are already very subjective and tough to determine, like community standards, for example. But here, they just completely ignore the and in this, and they make it much more open-ended. So of course, there's a very easy way to get around this. You can of course set your country/region to Japan and avoid all this stuff. But of course, it's still very concerning that Pixiv has to do this. And before people misinterpret what I'm doing here, I am not mad at Pixiv. At least not most of my anger is directed towards Pixiv because they're probably left with no choice right now. It's either do something like this and compromise, or lose your payment processors and your website falls apart and artists lose their chance to make money there. It'd be a big disaster. And the fact that they singled out two regions, the US and the UK, that was probably the best thing they could have done because that's where all the outrage is coming from. So basically, there you go. You deserve it. You guys want to complain about these things and the payment processors want to be happy and avoid seeing these things? Okay, they will region lock that stuff that is so offensive. But this idea, this moral outrage over drawings and fictional content, especially anything that has any sort of lewdness to it, is nothing new and it can be reflected on how people react to things on Twitter, in specific, Western Twitter. So right now, we're going to be talking about this artist right here. I think it's a good extension of what we've been talking about. A lot of people have been talking about this artist, Orenji, mainly for this meme they made, okay? Obviously, a pretty edgy shitpost type art here with this child girlfriend with the anatomy of a gamer format here. And you know what? It might surprise you that this tweet has 40,000 likes. And also, there is a lot of people using this format. In fact, I would say this is one of the most popular meme formats on art Twitter and in the VTubing scene right now. It feels like a blast from the past where people didn't take obvious jokes so seriously. In fact, you can see many different forms of this. You have the Senko-san one here, substituting them out. You can see there's a Coffin of Andy and Lele version here. You can even see people using this to make fun of people like Vosh. This image has a lot of lore, by the way, so you can see, you know, the jokes about his political beliefs and some of his fetishes and things. But you can also see this child/goblin/child girlfriend with this right here. This is deep lore, guys, on Vosh, okay? So I made a video a couple months ago talking about this. He is a very anti-lolicon person, or at least pretends to be, and recently he leaked a folder on stream, and he had a lot of lolicon in his folder, including Not Safe for Work lolly arts of Matsuri from Hololive, and he tried to basically say that his excuse was that he confused Matsuri for a goblin. That's obviously reflected in the version of that meme format we just looked at. But of course, you knew it was inevitable. You knew I'd end up in one of these, and of course, here it is, but they did me dirty. Why am I this one? They made my wife the cool gamer, and I'm the tiny lolly in this situation. You guys just, you love to abuse me, don't you? But anyways, so a lot of people, because of the support on the main tweet that was sharing the format, there's a lot of support. Obviously, there's some people criticizing, but I think people avoided making their comments on that one, the negative ones, because they might have gotten jumped. So instead, they did their comments on the next post Orenji would make, which is showing their art journey. And obviously, this is just cultured all the way around. But you would see people come out of the woodwork. And as a lot of people tagged me, we had your likes are public moments going left and right here. Okay, there was tons of these moments going on. Here's one of the biggest threads. I believe now over like 30,000 likes, saying a story in 3 parts. And if you know this channel, you know I love a quick short story on Twitter. So let's take a look. So we have an artist here named Abstract, quoting Orenji saying, "You actually just turn into a lolicon and your art is disgusting as well." That's a big downgrade, so that's obviously super rude to say. Got over 1,000 likes though, everything was going good for them until it didn't go so good. When people started looking through this artist's life, you can see this is lolicon. The next one, I mean, these are the train lollies, okay? Everyone knows these are lolly characters and it's a very not safe for work example of them. So of course, how would they react to that? Well, they would completely melt down, saying, "I am not, dude, I don't remember liking that shit, Jesus Christ." This one saying, "Sorry for bringing and starting drama for nothing again. This time, I can't think well to address this situation, but I will be as honest as I can about sharing my people sharing my likes. I am not this kind of person and will never be. If I like some wrong stuff, I'm sorry." And here's more saying, "Stop, please. I know what I liked was wrong, but I don't like and support these things. It was a mistake. Stop assuming I am this or that, and stop effing harassing me. This is not okay. What happened once with Kikuri, and it's happening again and again, and worse. I swear I'm not a weirdo like them." I love how they're saying, "Please stop harassing me." And you look at their tweet, it has no replies. It has no replies. Like, people are making fun of you because you tried to attack an artist over lolicon, and you very clearly have a lot of lolicon arts in your likes. It's so strange that you can't just admit, like, "Oh, I messed up. I was a hypocrite on this, whatever." Instead, you have to go into, like, this crisis mode. Like, it's not that deep. Just relax. You liked artwork. It doesn't say anything about the quality of your character. The only thing that's making you look bad in terms of your character is being a hypocrite about it. Just admit you made a bad claim about this artist, but it has to go so deep. And the other thing, too, is, like, the way people react in this situation when they get this your likes are public moment, they have an absolute meltdown. Like, this is, like, 1% of the vitriol and anger that is directed towards a lot of artists on Twitter who make, not even just lolicon, anything involving anime, who are constantly attacked and slandered. And they deal with it the best they can, but when the roles are reversed and antis are getting some of this heat, they fold it instantly, have a meltdown, and end up deactivating to avoid any sort of criticism stemming from this situation. But we weren't done. There was another example of a Your Likes Are Public moment, a story in 2 parts this time. Wow, we're getting even quicker with these stories. So here's this one, this individual named Wills Gardevoir, saying, "Giving the wrong N-words art supplies." Okay, so the only reason I remember this person is because they're a very large account that is, of course, they're an anti, and I remember them because they popped up in a few of my Hogwarts Legacy videos because they were a very vocal supporter of the harassment campaign, but then they had a Google Doc dropped on them shortly afterwards, and they kind of, like, disappeared, so I guess they're back, and they're returning with even more garbage posts. So they say this, right, about Orenji, and then, of course, Your Likes Are Public. And it's filled with lolicon, as expected, and then they deleted their post because, you know, they're the bravest Twitter warrior out there. But yeah, that was a very quick and clean one right there, but yeah. That's going to do it for this video. Here, I'll put a link to this art in the description if you want to consider giving a like or checking out the artist. Feel free to do so, but
What are we going to watch next? second one, Mogura. Forgot about that. Let's watch us some.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. I hope you had a fantastic Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning. You're watching the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. We've got a lot of it to talk about today, so...
I wonder if I'm allowed to do this. Be on YouTube. Stream YouTube.
So hit that like button to let YouTube know you like these big daily dives into the news, and let's jump into it. Starting with, let's talk about this Alec Baldwin situation. Because if you didn't see, he's in the news today that has even people that have been anti-Alec Baldwin on his side. Right, and all of it's connected to headlines you might have seen of Alec Baldwin smacking the phone out of someone's hands. Right, and so let's get into the details on this. Right, there was a viral video posted last night from an account called Crackhead Barney and Friends. Places like the Daily Beast describing Crackhead Barney as a performance artist and ambush interviewer known for these sort of provocative online videos. And the caption in this video, White Devil Alec Baldwin attacked me while I was trying to get coffee. And in the video, you can hear the person that's recording bring up not only Palestine, but also the Rust shooting, which of course Alec's actually going to be going to trial for in a few months over involuntary manslaughter charges. But this encounter taking place at a coffee shop in New York, and it starts like this.
Alec, can you please say free Palestine one time? Why did you kill that lady? You killed that lady and got no jail time? No jail time, Alec? No jail time, Alec.
Alec then walks to the door as someone who appears to be an employee of the shop steps between them, but then it keeps going.
Free Palestine, Alec, just one time, and I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you alone, I swear. Just say free Palestine one time. One time. One time. One time, Alec. You know he's a criminal. You know he's a criminal. Come on, Alec, just say free Palestine one time. Free Palestine. Israel, Zionism. Please say it. One time.
And also, notably, with this situation, the Daily Beast actually got and published a video that shows the encounter starting earlier. We see the person recording follow Alec into the coffee shop while asking him to say free Palestine. Right, so these clips prompted tons of criticism. People saying things like, don't even like him, and I would have helped him, not you. Post even getting community noted saying she viciously harassed Alec. You also had the likes of Yashar Ali adding, nothing says free Palestine like getting in an actor's face and harassing him to say it. You know, once he says it, nothing will change, and no one will be convinced by it because they can literally hear you demanding he say it. Then you use the tragic death of his colleague to harass him further. Awful. This isn't activism, it's just gross behavior targeting someone who has no policy-making power and hasn't even been outspoken on the situation in Israel Gaza. But with this, Crackhead Barney defended her actions, giving a statement to the Daily Beast saying, my performance art and confrontational media is a statement about the double standards of society in the US. As the US supports Israel and the genocide of Palestinians, here at home, powerful people maintain a facade of politeness and dignity while we export death and terror around the world. You know, with this situation, I gotta pass the question off to you. Where do you land on this? Do you agree with her statement and defense, or are you of the mindset of, no, she's the bad actor here? Why not? I'd love to hear your thoughts.
What do we think? We think that she was crazy, and that could definitely be called harassment. I don't know. I don't know any kind of crime. You don't want to stop somebody from being able to say something, but maybe a misdemeanor? No. What are you doing? You don't know who I'm talking to? Poor girl. She's not used to me talking. Now I've been talking for a few hours. Oh, cool. There's an update. We're gonna watch this first. There's nobody in here anyways.
So you at Fresh and Fit thought we was gonna join you in demonetization? Well, I got one message for you.
We are better than you, period.
A little update. You can tell by my smile I got some good news. If you guys are wondering where Preach is, Preach got a life. I'll be at home just typing this shit. Preach go outside. That's why he's not here right now, but I called him before we did this video, and he's on board with everything, so just wanted to confirm that. First off, gotta give a shout out. Ethan Klein of all people contacted me private. I said, oh my God. Is that H3 in my DMs? Is he about to? Nope. He was there to say, hey, bro, you need a lawyer for this copyright claim. I know the best in the business. I said, oh, shit. Avengers. And that shit was crazy. It's like the enemy of my enemy. Oh, man. So shout out to Ethan, okay? Second credit goes to all the YouTubers who contacted me, all right? Who made videos about the topic. I appreciate you guys, okay? Even though we may disagree on different things, I think at the end of the day, we want channels to exist and, you know, for the copyright business to be handled properly. So I appreciate the whole community. Fans, man, how did I put the fans? So y'all should be number one. I'm sorry about that. You guys went crazy, a little too crazy. I know you guys love us, and I appreciate y'all. Okay, I'm not gonna say I love y'all because that's a strong word, but I really appreciate you guys. But folks who go around contacting these people personally, saying all kinds of foul stuff, listen, critique them. If you want to dislike a video, that's fine, but don't say foul things. Don't contact advertisers. Don't do all that stuff because it's bad. And it doesn't matter what they end up doing to us. I just would not support that. And I mean, I've said this 100 times before, and I'll say it again. Please don't. If you guys respect us, I want to be able to respect you. I want you guys to engage in behavior that's respectable. Do not engage in the very kind of tactics that the people who cancel us would engage. Don't do that. Okay, so be better than that. And I'm sorry for any of the Jubilee staff who've actually been hurt by this or have been harassed or whatever. I don't wish that on you guys. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. No matter what happens to us with copyright strikes. The footage of me and Priest you're going to see right now was before I had the call with Jubilee. So I go on the Jubilee website, and here it says, we make content you won't forget. And we've got the stats to prove it. Over 3.5 billion views across all platforms. Over 4.5 million people are engaging with our content every week. And they have a video on their official YouTube, on their official website. Let's take a look.
There's a new Jubilee video apparently.
Watching Jubilee.
Who's that? Who's that?
That's me. That's us, dude.
So
I think it must have been like, is this going to get views? Yes. Is it also going to provoke kind of interesting or funny conversation? Yes. I don't mind. I'm here to watch.
So while they're copyright striking people,
It's all the people reacting to their channel.
You understand?
Popping up and saying, there's a new Jubilee.
I want to sit here and talk with you guys. Have some freaking people that they just pop in chat and chat will be going. Come on now, I can pet you all the time. I will pet you because I love you. And I want to remember every day. Just because I'm streaming, it doesn't make me a big shot. Wait, I'm not a big shot. I'm your daddy. I'm your pops. Your papa. My girl. You're a good girl now. I love you. We had such a good time today. Yeah, we did. You ran right out of pee. You ran right out. My girl.
New Jubilee, there's a new Jubilee. So they're profiting of. They list all the people that are reacting, and we are contributing to those millions of views because we're redirecting to you.
They're using the fact that other people react to them to market themselves and to profit off. They're proud of this. They love it.
Bruh.
To all of a sudden then turn your back on that same community that you've used to market yourselves and say, no, you cannot do this. After you claim it's your mission statement, makes you look really slimy. So while you're using our image and likeness for your pitch deck to get more advertisers, to do more brand deals, you're also striking us down. We need to have a change in regards to how YouTube handles these stuff. I understand YouTube doesn't want to get in the middle of it because for them, they'd have to take on a legal battle with every company who wants to content ID things. But the system is crazy. Like things that do fall under fair use, these big companies who have these special tools that you don't have access to as a creator can just copyright strike anything, and YouTube has to let it slide. Like there has to be some kind of different system in place.
I'm flabbergasted. I am flabbergasted, my friend. You're talking about thoughts. First and foremost, I'm not going to repeat everything that you said because you already said that.
I did get to speak to the CEO of Jubilee. I'm going to try my best to summarize the conversation, some of the things that me and the CEO of Jubilee talked about. And as somebody who does a lot of React content, who adds commentary, who transforms a lot of the work that we react to through jokes, parody, commentary, which I believe falls under fair use, and through a lot of case law would agree. There are other people who do reactionary content that would not fall into fair use, who literally sit there, play the video, and don't say anything. Now, that to me is theft, okay? I've always said this, even though I do this genre, I don't think everyone who does this genre is doing it correctly. Anyone who's doing bad forms of reactionary content, I'm okay with them being copyright struck if what they're doing is genuinely theft. Now, I talked to him about this, we had a disagreement on this point, and that's okay, that's a matter of opinion, but I don't think any of us wanted a protracted legal battle. So they said they were going to take away all the copyright claims, and I appreciate them for that. At the same time, the kind of content that Jubilee makes is expensive. They have to hire all kinds of people. They have to bring people in. They have to coordinate all the extras, all the contestants, all the participants. So they have to have a coordinator for that. They're paying those people. Set design, location, camera equipment.
What are you doing, honey? I have a beginner's mind. I have an attitude of openness, eagerness, and lack of preconceptions. I am as a beginner. Excuse me. Now, what are you doing, my sweetheart? Do you have to go pee? No, come lay. That's a good girl. Can we get somebody in chat? Hopefully I gotta get a follower today at least. Pretty sure. Oops. All right, so what was I gonna post? I was gonna post.
Kindred.
Right there. All right. Oh yeah. somebody will come into to visit us now. Let's summon the nerds. Nerds, assemble. We will get through it and figure it out together. So copyright, yeah, definitely fair use. These guys, they play a little bit and then do commentary. It's like exactly what fair use is. Definitely not like other people. Once I just sit, let something play, go to the bathroom, and then post it. I'm gonna feel bad even if I post this stuff, so I probably won't post it. But it's pretty interesting. I did the unthinkable. Well, we got a few videos to watch. Hey, oh, somebody joined in. Thanks. Yeah, I posted this stuff in Discord. Thought somebody might come and check it out. I was like, I need to get a follower today. So if you want to throw me a follow, that'd be awesome. Unless you've already followed me, which you probably are. But looks like somebody came. Oh, well, that was short-lived. Alright, well I posted that. I guess I could post it. Well,
Editing, they have to pay for a lot to produce this kind of content. Our content is more low budget because there's really not that much in the production value, so it's cheap. What does that mean? We can afford not to do too well in terms of views. Why? Because we're not having that much overhead, so we're still going to make a profit. For them, they have certain quotas, and when they're not, you have to figure out why. And one issue that they're running into, according to them, is a lot of people are just straight up stealing their content. And when it's, and to be fair to them, hundreds and hundreds of channels react to Jubilee. Hundreds, way more than they react to us. And if all these people are just pilfering their views or misusing their content or making it low budget, whatever it might be, it hurts their brand. So I can understand them wanting to protect their company, wanting to protect their product, and hiring a group to be able to take this massive amount of people. Unfortunately, I think the mistake that they made is how they went about this. And I think they agreed with that. They said, we changed our stance, which he admitted, and the way we did this was incorrect. But he also had the grace to say, I admit this mistake, and we want to fix it, and we want to find solutions to make our company be protected. And it's something I support. Because even though I do reaction stuff, I wish YouTube had implemented a revenue system where, every time I react to a video, they should get 10% of whatever I make. I'm okay with that because I think it's fair. Unfortunately, I just can't set that up because YouTube doesn't have that built into the system. If they did, I think we could find ways to make it work for everyone. Because at the end of the day, the better Jubilee does, the better we do. Because they make more content, we make more content, and then you guys get different varieties of things that will benefit you, the audience. But when it's not financially possible for them to do so because of these issues, then I can understand their frustration. All this to say, I understand why they did what they did. I don't think they did one about it the right way. I think they would agree, but I do think they're trying to get to a good place, and that's something I support. So with that in mind, I told them that I'm willing to help out whatever I can do. I'm willing to do it. So there is a good ending to this. Our channel won't be going anywhere. Was I going to retain some legal cancel? You damn right. I was about to burn through my savings, nigga. Again.
I'm gonna message one of my friends. Maybe not.
Hey, y'all, I would have burned through all that, but I don't care. I'm stubborn. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Every time I would have fucking pulled money out of my again. You fucking idiots. My financial advisor said, again. I would have just, I don't care. But thankfully, everything's gonna go well. I tell you, I don't even know why I make money. I just save it so I can blow it on something stupid like a legal battle. But there won't be any of that. Who knows? We might end up on a Jubilee video soon. Could you imagine me confronting the hate? I'm like, I wouldn't mind. I'll talk to some of the directors and be like, yo, you guys got criticism for me? Y'all see I'm mean? You can tell me why. But yeah, I'm glad this had a good ending. And I want to make YouTube a space that's safe for all the people who create content, for all the people who react, but understand there are a lot of bad actors, and it's tough to navigate. YouTube doesn't always make it easy. So if we can work together, a little bit more direct communications, like I'm a really open person. If you guys got an issue with me or how we run our channel, contact me, email me. I promise I'll get back to you really promptly, because at the end of the day, I want to make you guys protected. But that's it. So everything's fine, guys. We're going to go back to
She was pretty good. Sucks that, man, that'd be scary just about getting taken down. Like, I wonder what would happen if I was going to get taken down.
our regular programming, and who knows, maybe some new brand new stuff that might be exciting. Okay, but yeah, we'll figure this out. Cheers. You guys are wondering how we sorted this out, how we fixed everything? Bro, I just had to get with one of the homies and show him some of that camaraderie, you feel me? Had to get him underneath some sheets, and then give him some don't let him know what it is. It ain't gay. It's called negotiations. You understand? It's called leverage. Leverage with his dick, you feel me? That ain't gay. That's boys being boys. You wouldn't understand it. Because you ain't never had one of the homies come through and feel underneath the pants. Make sure your junk is still in your trunk. You feel me? That's right. Making sure your soldiers at attention. That's my job. I gotta get you in line, baby. That ain't gay. Boys being boys. Now listen here. Since we not getting demonetized, I mean I'm about to make all this money, so I gotta get some sugar babies pregnant. You feel me? Yeah. Busting in the sugar walls raw. Yeah. Yeah, about to go to Miami, find me a good one.
Jeez. Totally got him. TikTok is doing? Oh man, she's eating food now? Man. Oh, this scene right here. I'm gonna play it. Oh man. Pretty sure that one of those pop-ups is got naked stuff on it, and I want to get banned. Let's check out.
I don't like to use the word hero often, but I think what I just did is nothing shy of one of the bravest acts mankind is possible of accomplishing.
Any guesses what he did? If he did the unthinkable, he got his team to come into the States.
I did the unthinkable. I rewatched Rebel Moon Part 2, The Scargiver, and there's a good reason for this. This is something no sane, ordinary mortal would ever do. Watching that dog shit movie twice, unfathomable. Makes God frown for his creation. It's a day for weeping. But in my pursuit of science, I had a valid reason to engage in this torture. I didn't even dislike Zack Snyder going into the Rebel Moon series, but since I've given my review on Part 2 of Rebel Moon, I've become a victim of the Snyder cult's incessant whining online, and I actually feel bad for them, and out of spite, I decided to prove a point with this movie. I'd always heard of the Zack Snyder cult, but I never actually saw them in action until now. I don't
We gotta do something else. Well, we learned something new today. I didn't get to talk with anybody. We need somebody to pop into chat. Oh, but what if they did and I didn't see it? Oh no. Nope. Didn't miss anything. Well, why not do 60-second clip? just have to do one. Think of it when you're break things down into one tiny little bit and then do one little bit at a time. I had a whole bunch of poop to clean up in the backyard, and I was so dismayed from all the winter's worth of clean and poop, which reminds me I have to do that. I'll probably have to go do that right away here. And maybe I'll dig up all the grass, do some flipperoonies. I'd like to talk to somebody. Help, anybody help? Well, I finished another one of these. I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back. Thank you guys. probably shouldn't have, whatever, take my time, learn. We did some reading. I'd still like to work a little bit more on this. I wonder if anybody had any questions. Cut hair, trim beard, all that stuff looks like it could be good. I wonder. Huh. Cool. Botrix said that I was. Oh. Well, I'm gonna keep watching this then.
Always just assumed it was people that appreciated his work because some of his movies are enjoyable, but he's had significantly more misses than hits throughout his career. That doesn't bother me. It's not that offends me. You can like whatever you like. But the Snyder cult, they fight more than any of the characters in Rebel Moon does for his glory. They defend his reputation like they are personally attacked anytime someone doesn't like his work or expresses any kind of criticism of it. It's weirdo behavior. I think the movie is atrocious, and I think the first one is bad too, but the second one is particularly special when it comes to how fucking stinky it is. I think on an objective level, it fails at everything it aims to do. I'm not going to just regurgitate all of the points I made from my review a few days ago of this. However, since I made that review, the Zack Snyder cult has been in full force on Twitter, tagging me in all of their delusional posts about why Rebel Moon Part 2 is not only the best movie of 2024, but one of the best sci-fi movies of all time, and Zack Snyder is truly a creative genius that I just can't comprehend. And the 11% on Rotten Tomatoes and all of the normal...
One follower. We need one person to come in and think I'm worth following. Following used to be a big deal for me. I didn't follow anybody. There's so much stuff to watch. So much stuff to talk about.
Normal people making fun of this film just really can't grasp its highbrow sci-fi nature. We're all just a bunch of troglodyte homunculus, and Zack Snyder his wisdom is lost on us. It blows my mind how anyone could have that perspective, unless this is like the only movie you've ever seen. Like, maybe if you're like 6 years old and you just got your parents' permission to use the crayons, you write a letter to Zack Snyder thanking him for this film, but these are fucking adults that are singing its praises. I'm usually all for letting people have their fun, but this is another level. You're doing free PR for this guy for a movie that is horrible trash. Like, he has succeeded where MK Ultra has failed. Zack Snyder has successfully brainwashed people into accepting actual fucking wet wipes for entertainment. This is a horrible film, and I'm here to snap you out of it. I went against all of my survival instincts and I rewatched this pile of garbage. And I timestamped every single scene that's in slow motion, explaining what the scenes were and how long the slow motion lasts, so that way I can calculate how long of its 112 minutes is spent in slow motion. Now, the movie actually has a longer runtime listed, but that includes the credits, which I am excluding from this because who the fuck cares about how long the credits are? I want to talk about the actual meat of the movie. So the actual meat of the movie is 112 minutes in length. One of the main criticisms I had, as well as every other sensible person on this planet, is that Zack Snyder has an over-reliance on slow motion, and Rebel Moon Part 2 is the biggest, most criminal execution of this obsession. It is an unbearable amount of slow motion, it is insufferably cringe, and the only scar that Rebel Moon Part 2 is giving is to its audience's patience. So let's dive in. I rewatched it, and these are my findings. Now, I think it's important to the scientific study here that I mentioned that this film had me dozing off a couple of times. I think it's nearly impossible to sit through Rebel Moon Part 2 without falling asleep at least once or twice. It had me drowsy. This shit hits harder than NyQuil. It's like the Sandman constantly throwing sand in your face with the most boring movie ever. So I think there's a good chance that I did miss some slow-mo because I just couldn't keep my eyes open for the entire runtime, which is natural. So this is going to be the bare minimum of slow-mo. There might be more that slipped under my radar when I was catching some Z's watching this. So just making note of that up top. Now, there's actually no slow-mo in their intro sequence. That's when they're giving you the lay of the land, the exposition. So for the first 14 minutes, there is no slow motion. That's a huge round of applause from me for Zack Snyder there, showing restraints, not putting slow motion in the first 14 minutes, and then all hell breaks loose. At 14 minutes and 1 second, we get our first slow-mo. It's the main character giving her backstory to her lover. So after they fuck, she's...
Hi now. Hey, baby girl. What are you doing? Come lay with me. Come on. Come lay, honey. Come lay. Come on. Come lay. can't get a follower if we don't do something worth following. And I don't know if anybody's here, but we've been working on the topics coping with stress, taking care of ourselves, and growth. And I got some tools for coping with stress: breathing exercises, meditation, exercise, healthy eating, hobbies, creativity, self-care. A sense of purpose, very important for a lot of people. Usually that means a job, but if you don't have a job, you gotta find something else. You gotta find that sense of purpose. I'd say that for everybody. If you're homeless or if you're the top of the food chain and there's no higher to go, you still need purpose. You still need to aim for something. We need to grow. Creativity, painting, drawing, gaming, anything. Anything where something is being put together, created. Self-care: eat, sleep, clean, brush teeth, change clothes, wash bedding, cut hair, trim beard. That's like a personal note for me, the things that I don't do. And I really should. Like, especially my beard. I gotta fix the neck beard. No. What are you doing? Well, let's work on some meditation. Close your eyes. Just take a deep breath in through your nose, out through your mouth, in, out. And in, hold, and out. And in. And out. Take deep breath. Feel yourself relaxing. Feel yourself relaxing. So comfortable. Put your hands in your lap, or or on your legs, or your knees, whatever's comfortable. Take a deep breath in through your nose, out through your mouth, in. And out. I wonder if I should do some hypnosis inductions. Do some hypnosis. I'm quite relaxed. Breathing really helps make feel good.
Starts telling him about her past. This sequence lasts from 14 minutes and 1 second to 15 minutes and 26 seconds. The flashback sequence is characters walking.
I don't really care. Let's check out what O'Hara's.
Did you know that Kaido was a child soldier who wanted to awaken Joy Boy? Or how about that Crocodile and Doflamingo actually had the same evil master plan? Well, that's just the beginning about all there is to know about the most evil
I don't know. I kind of want to make my own content, but I need people for that. And I can't get people. Just wait around. Waiting for somebody to join chat. I want to try to get a follower today. Come on. I need somebody. A Chad. We need a Chad. Oh, we didn't finish watching this one. There's no way I'm going to repost this. Especially since I haven't been reacting to stuff. It's not tough. I guess it's not tough to see what I think. The Alec Baldwin thing, I think that's terrible. I don't know what I would have done. I can't say. That's a terrible situation. Do I think you should get prison for it? Prison? No. Maybe slap on the wrist? Yeah, probably slap on the wrist. You did point it and pull the trigger. All I could say was that he didn't. Terrible. We're gonna find somebody. Oh, Feyral is gonna be streaming. She's a good one. I wonder if 6 months later, if she'd be willing to do an interview. I have to. I wonder how I present. What do you feel when you look at me? The question should be, what do I feel when I look at myself? I don't like it. I don't like the way my beard looks, or my hair. But I guess some people would say they don't have hair and they don't have a beard. So should I? Definitely shouldn't complain. But I wouldn't say not thinking that I'm the best is complaining. I got my poachy hair. Without her, I don't know what I would do. I would be gone. Wouldn't have gone for that big long walk today. We went for a nice long one. Didn't we now, Belly? You just about ready for bedtime, honey? This is just about bedtime. Let's keep going. Man. I am tired. I wonder if I could do an induction. I am recording now. Should I could edit it down. Take a deep breath in through your nose, out through your mouth. In and out. Keep breathing deeper and deeper. I'm going to imagine walking downstairs into a hot tub. I want you to imagine a hot tub. And there's stairs going into the hot tub. Take a deep breath in and out. Take a first step. You feel the hot, comfortable water rise to your ankles. Your feet tingle. Your toes tingle. Your ankles tingle as the heat wraps around them with its gentle caress. You step your right foot in, and then your left foot. You feel your left foot tingle. You feel the toes tingle. You feel the ankles tingle. You feel the heat wrapped around both feet. You take another deeper. Your right foot takes another step down. Your knee goes. Your calf, your right calf, heated. Hot water surrounds it, so comfortable. You feel the muscles relaxing. Take a deep breath in through your nose, out through your mouth. Deep breath in through your nose, out through your mouth. You feel it. You take the next step with your left, feeling your left calf go underneath the water. Hot, comfortable, relaxing. You feel the leg muscles in your leg relax as you're surrounded by this extremely comfortable feeling. Feel yourself take another step, the water rises, going up to your leg, over your knee. You feel your knee relax. Your left knee relax. Take a deep breath in through your nose, out through your mouth. Relax. Take another step down into the hot tub. You feel it around your groin. The hot water, so comfortable, so relaxing. You feel the tingling sensation as the water rises above your butt. Just underneath your belly button. You feel your butt and your groin tingle with the heat of the water. So relaxing, so comfortable. Take a deep breath in and out. Take another step down. You feel the water come over your belly button, just underneath your ribs, your stomach, your back, covered in water. The heat brings tingling sensation. Relax. Take a deep breath in and out. In and out. You feel the deeper you get, the deeper, more relaxed you feel. The water is magical. The tingling, relaxing sensation begins to get even higher on your body. Feel it on your chest. You start putting in your hands, both hands. You feel them go warm, tingle. Both hands warm, tingling. Put both arms in up to your elbow. Arms tingling, so relaxed. Take a deep breath in and out. In and out. Sleep. In and out. Sleep. In and out. Sleep. And take another step. Now your arms are completely submerged, your chest, your shoulders. You feel the heat surround your shoulders as you get just their head poking out of the hot tub now. Feeling so relaxed, so relaxed. Watch you slowly lower your head and keeping your face above the water. You feel the water surround your scalp, slowly rise around your face. You feel your head and your scalp comfortable, relaxed. Comfortable, relaxed. Take a deep breath in and out. That's a pretty good induction. If they think a lot, you might want to use one that's got some thought to it. You feel your left arm tingle. And it gets lighter as your right arm gets heavier. You feel your whole body heavy. Your right hand heavy. Your left hand feels light. Feels very light. Trying to figure out. Waiting for somebody to come. Waiting for somebody. Man, I just feel hungry all the time. Been doing lots of exercise, but feeling hungry and tired a lot. Maybe I'm overdoing it. Maybe I should do the 1 hour a day thing. I should try it. I'll give that a try tomorrow, I think. And if I do the 1 hour exercise, oh no, no, oh, I'm just about out. By not asking anybody for any. Nice. I'm not doing anything. Literally the most dull thing that could be on the screen. There's somebody there doing nothing, not saying anything. It's something I hate. I hate doing. So I gotta figure out. Gotta figure out a way to do something. Need some more reading of the Analects. We started doing that. Maybe understand a little bit of what that thing has to say. I wonder how well you can see my facial expressions. Because if it big screen like that, maybe a little bit better. somebody to come in and talk to me. Come on, just need somebody to talk to for hours. How to start something. You'll feel silly, be shitty, until you're not. Don't quit. Never give up. Got an added thing. I wonder why. I'm waiting for somebody to show up so I can talk with you. Explain a little bit about what I've got going on here. What I've got going on here. Just relax. Sleep. 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 Exercise is super important. Exercise. Waiting for someone to show up. $7:41. Let's see what else we can do. do another topic. Go over the topics again. What did I say that they were again? Coping with stress. The ways of coping with stress. Why do we have stress in the first place? What's stressing us out? There's things that we have to go through. Each and every one of us. And we have to take it and keep going. That's all we can do, is try. Even if it feels like every part of you wants you to fail, and every part of you is a failure, you have to keep going. You have to keep fighting for it. We have to. We do. Me and everybody else. Anybody who watches this. We have to keep fighting. Don't give up. Be a Chad. You should find my book of... I'll go look for it. I'm gonna find a book. Be right back. All right. We're back. I'll be right back. There we go.
And then, as you've probably seen, pro-Palestine protests on college campuses here in the States are reaching a fever pitch. There were 150 arrested at NYU last night with videos of students and faculty being zip-tied by police going viral, with dozens more arrested at Yale and Columbia.
I don't understand. Does this really help anybody?
Columbia University, which has arguably become the epicenter of this flashpoint. The NYPD conducting the largest mass arrest the school has seen since 1968, which is back when hundreds were arrested for protesting the Vietnam War. And all this playing out is yesterday morning, the school also announced it was moving to remote classes for the entire week, with then taking it a step further last night, moving all classes to a hybrid model for the rest of the semester. School officials citing safety concerns as the reason for that decision. They also punished a number of students, including by suspending some. We've also seen photos going viral of alleys absolutely stacked with what people claim to be belongings from their rooms. You know, all of this really began last week when students at Columbia set up an encampment in the middle of campus to demand that the university divest itself from Israeli ties, with some students also saying they'd face anti-Palestinian harassment and even death threats. So the timing of all that scene is notable because it happened just as Columbia University President Manoush Shafiq spoke at Congress last week about anti-Semitism on college campuses, which we covered on the show, and just a day after that, police were called to break up the new tent city, with the university saying they hadn't asked for authorization to hold the protest, which is required under new university rules that the university put in place after months of October 7th related protests. Additionally, they were chanting the phrase "from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," which, as we've covered in the past, has been a very controversial point, with one side saying it's anti-Semitic, another side saying it's not. Congress, of course, does think that it's anti-Semitic, and Shafiq promised that she'd crack down on anti-Semitism. And in the end, on Thursday, 108 people were arrested and told to get off the campus, but that also barely lasted, because on Friday, another tent encampment was erected, and as we're recording, it's still active. But also, as everything's been playing out, we've also seen videos of blatant anti-Semitism from the campus going viral online, or people saying Jewish students being screamed at. There was also another video that went viral from just outside the campus with someone telling Jewish students,
If you don't know, you're new. We hate people who hate people. And in hating others, we hate ourselves. So, we try not to hate. It's hard to do. It's hard to do. But we try.
The 7th of October. Never forget the 7th of October. Not 1 more time, not 5 more times, not 10 more times, not 100 more times, not 1,000 more times, not 10,000 times.
And so videos like that have led to widespread criticism for the protest and fear among Jewish students and faculty. We also had Rabbi Eli Buchler, who's with a major Orthodox Jewish union at the campus, telling students to stay away as their safety couldn't be guaranteed. Although the organization itself said that students shouldn't be forced to leave and instead the school needs to do more. We also had Representative Virginia Fox, the Republican chair of the House Education Committee, warning Columbia that its, quote, continued failure to restore order and safety promptly to campus constitutes a major breach of the university's Title VI obligations, upon which federal financial assistance is contingent and which must immediately be rectified. Which, if Shafiq had largely skirted criticism for her responses in Congress on Thursday, that is definitely no longer the case, with some lawmakers now calling for her resignation. We've also seen the situation get the attention of the White House, with President Biden noting that this comes as the major Jewish holiday of Passover started yesterday. And with that, saying silence is complicity. Even in recent days,
I don't really know too much about what's going on. I think I could stand to learn a lot. If anybody in chat knows anything or has an opinion, I guess this is politics, right? You shouldn't ask this in chat because we don't want people from each side going off. But I don't know, is this a place to have that discussion? Maybe it is. I wonder what bit me. I got bit by something in my neck. It was a big mark.
we've seen harassment and calls for violence against Jews. This blatant anti-Semitism is reprehensible and dangerous, and it has absolutely no place on college campuses or anywhere in our country. With the men going on to say, my administration will continue to speak out and aggressively implement the first ever national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, putting the full force of the federal government behind protecting the Jewish community. And this morning, we also saw former President Trump outside the courtroom of his trial framing the protesters as, quote, very radical people wanting to rip the colleges down. I'm also taking the opportunity to take several swipes at Biden and trying to pin what's happening on him.
What's going on at the college level and the colleges, Columbia, NYU, and others is a disgrace. And it's really vibrant. And I can tell you, he's no friend of Israel, that's for sure. And he's no friend of the Arab world either.
However, with all this, we've also seen protesters pushing back against the claims of anti-Semitism, with one of the defenses being that there's a clear distinction between those who are part of the official encampment and those coming to the campus to cause trouble, or with even Columbia saying that many non-students were coming to the school, and others pointing that many of the pro-Palestinian protesters are actually Jewish students themselves, with many openly celebrating Shabbat at the protest with no issues, and one student organization even posting on Instagram, "We firmly reject any form of hate or bigotry and stand vigilant against non-students attempting to disrupt the solidarity being forged among students, Palestinian, Muslim, Arab, Jewish, Black, and pro-Palestinian classmates and colleagues who represent the full diversity of our country." And actually with that, we've seen the likes of streamer and political commentator Hassan Piker talking yesterday to two protesters from that organization, with them emphasizing that statement, giving a virtual tour around the encampment, and one saying,
"So the front gate, we have our proud and beautiful Jewish Voice for Peace students who have volunteered to help with security, keep the community safe from anti-Semitic attacks by the Zionists against our anti-Zionists and against Islamophobic attacks."
Apparently there was like some kind of like anti-Semitic sign that snuck through or something, and then everyone was pointing to it to be like, this entire protest is actually anti-Semitic. Like people hyperventilating about this sort of when the obvious protests are about Israel's actions in Gaza and divesting and making sure that the Columbia University divests from the genocide that Israel is conducting in Gaza.
And all that culminating yesterday when hundreds of faculty members staged a mass walkout in protest of the student arrests, with many criticizing Shafiq for calling the NYPD and what they argued were non-violent protesters. A lecturer at the law school
things people do. It's crazy how people do something to look a certain way, to signal something to a greater cause. I guess if you believe in your cause, right? Everybody's just. If everybody's just, then who is? That's something to think about. Not everybody can be right. Not everybody can be wrong.
saying it didn't seem like any kind of measures were taken to de-escalate. Shafiq did announce yesterday that she's bringing school leaders together to try to find a solution to what she described as this crisis. And I know that there is much debate about whether or not we should use the police on campus, and I'm happy to engage in those discussions. But I do know that better adherence to our rules and effective enforcement mechanisms would obviate the need for relying on anyone else to keep our community safe. We're gonna have to wait to see what happens from here if Columbia tries to remove the 10 encampments again and if it'll lead to more protests, especially because with the nature of these protests, it feels like putting one down leads to two more cropping up at other campuses. Like, for example, UC Berkeley established their own encampment yesterday. Cal Poly Humboldt has also now shut down classes through Wednesday after protesters barricaded themselves inside of a building. 9 more arrested just this morning at the University of Minnesota after forming an encampment. And then you even had protesters marching on NYPD headquarters last night after the mass arrest at NYU. As we watch the situation grow and develop, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts on all this? And then, most of you know, my dogs are a huge part of our family, and nutrition is very important for their life and well-being. But also, that can get so costly. So I want to thank the sponsor of today's show, Sundays. Sundays is fresh dog food co-founded by a practicing veterinarian made from a short list of human-grade ingredients containing 90% meat, 10% veggies, and 0 synthetic nutrients. And I'm not exaggerating when I tell you that our dogs are obsessed with this food. They see the box, and it is the same response as when we give them treats. You know, we love feeding them quality food, but the convenience of home delivery, that is where it's at for us. You know, because I think we've all been in that position when the food is gone, and you have to resort to like sliced bread, cheese, whatever's dog-friendly in the pantry. Sundays, they use an air dry process, so unlike other fresh dog food, it doesn't require refrigeration. You just pour and serve, and it's super easy to store. And not only does Sundays cost 40% less than other healthy dog food brands, but dog parents, they've reported noticeable health improvements in their pups, including softer fur, fresher breath, better poops, and more energy when switching to Sundays. So click that link in the description to get 50% off your first order of Sundays. That's 50% off your first order of dog food with human-grade ingredients. And then, what genuinely feels like could be its own recurring weekly segment at this point, because apparently it just keeps happening. Let's talk about
Or human. What do you think? I don't know. Kind of makes me want to order it to eat it myself, but it's probably more expensive than the stuff that I am eating. It's like $2.57 for a can plus 97 cents, and I used a fraction of it. Oh man, noodles and sauce is a cheap way to go. I gotta stop drinking so much pop. Hey now, Val. What you doing, hon, sweetie? What you doing, hon, sweet babe girl? What you doing, hon, sweet babe girl? We're waiting for somebody to show up and follow us. Yeah. We gotta meet somebody today. We got to talk to Gravity. That was pretty awesome. Dutch. But we want to get one follower today, one person to come in and meet me or see me and give me a follow. Give me a chance to win them over.
celebrities getting stuff thrown at them. Because today we're not talking about Taylor Swift, BB Rexa, Harry Styles, which, why? Harry Styles has gotten hit so many times. He is not the focus today. Instead, that's reserved for Luke Bryan and Nicki Minaj. Nicki, because while performing in Detroit singing her song Starships, all of a sudden appears like a bracelet's thrown at her, she blocks it and throwing it back in the audience. Then the more spectacular incident involved Luke Bryan in Vancouver, because while performing, all of a sudden you see him take this random fall, he lands on his back, and it turns out it's because someone threw their phone on the stage and he stepped on it and slipped on it. But notably, since that, Luke has since said that the slick stage might have actually been more at fault than the phone itself. So this also is a fan who was at the show told Good Morning America that this came as people were actually throwing phones, water bottles, and cowboy hats at the stage, right? All apparently in hopes that Luke would sign them. You know, while I'm tempted to end this segment by going, hey, don't throw shit at people, especially when it's people you paid to see. But honestly, like, what would be the point of that? That would just be more for me than the people that need to hear that advice. It's like when I talk to my dogs. Like, it's for me, especially because I've never been good at training animals. And then, did you know that Joe Biden's uncle...
Like, that's terrible. People are animals. Literally animals. No, they're not. That's dehumanizing. But I mean, we are animals. All of us. So I guess it's not dehumanizing if it's equal, is it? What kind of animals? Sometimes we make the worst decisions. I am going to open, oops. Why did I get... Oh, cool. Game Boy Bidoof is on. All right.
This I wouldn't go back. I wouldn't do Piers Morgan.
Oh, there's a Destiny thing going on YouTube. I gotta watch that later. What was it doing? There, got all my stuff open.
Was eaten by cannibals? Or at least that's the story President Biden has repeated twice last week while campaigning in Pennsylvania. I'm explaining how his uncle was a serviceman in World War II whose plane went down in the Pacific off the coast of Papua New Guinea.
And my uncle, they called him Ambrose Bosie, they called him Bosie, my Uncle Bosie. He got shot down in New Guinea. And they never found the body because there were a lot of cannibals for real in that part of New Guinea.
Now with that, some have said, that's just 19th century racism. People saying Biden was just a step away from saying they had bones in their heads and they went ooga booga. Though notably, there, as a political scientist at the University of Papua New Guinea explains, we know there was some cannibalism among some communities in some specific contexts at the time. For example, eating a deceased relative out of respect to prevent their body from decomposing. But that's not the problem that people have had with what Biden said. Or what a number of people found offensive is the implication that Pacific Islanders would have just gobbled up some random white guy who fell out of the sky. Is the fucking craziest lie I've ever read. Also, notably, military records don't back up Biden's claim or even make a mention of. In fact, it's not even clear if his uncle's plane was shot down. The records just more simply stating that he and the rest of the crew had to ditch the aircraft for unknown reasons, adding that they failed to emerge from the sinking wreck and were lost in the crash. And so naturally, some residents of Papua New Guinea were offended by the story, including most notably the nation's Prime Minister, James Marape. With writing, President Biden's remarks may have been a slip of the tongue. However, my country does not deserve to be labeled as such. And then adding that Uncle Bosie's delicious body isn't the only thing that the Americans left behind during the war. Saying his country and the Solomon Islands are still littered with wartime human remains, plane wrecks, shipwrecks, and tunnels, as well as leftover bombs.
Tasty. It's the first thing I'd want to eat, right? Something fell down in a plane. That's crazy. But I wonder how many people have actually been eating. Did anybody know that they got eaten? Or did they think that they died some other way? Wouldn't that be a terrible way to go? If you were alive. Let's keep watching.
Still kill people. So we actually took the opportunity to call on the United States to help clean up the region. All of this was playing out as there were people that were less angry and more kind of just amused. Like Alan Byrd, for example, the governor of a province who was recently selected as the alternate prime minister for the opposition. I have lost for words, actually. I don't feel offended. It's hilarious, really. I'm sure when Biden was a child, those are the things he heard his parents say, and it probably stuck with him all his life. But regardless, all these reactions come amid competition between Washington and Beijing to influence the country. In fact, just last year, the U.S. signed a defense cooperation agreement with them. And the Chinese foreign minister just met with its prime minister on Sunday to discuss building closer economic ties. Plus, China already had a security pact with the Solomon Islands. So with what seemed like maybe a harmless story and moment could actually turn to be not just offensive to this country, but also damaging to the U.S. strategy in the Indo-Pacific. And then, so you've probably seen this video by now, and if you haven't, don't worry, we're about to walk through it. Because you've got a lot of people saying this Iranian MMA fighter, Ali Habadi, they went after this ring girl because she wasn't wearing a hijab. But this video is showing what happened just before his latest match last week in the Russian Hardcore Fighting Championship. He was initially given a quick scolding while the woman named Maria walked off in disbelief. Habadi was then beaten real bad by his opponent, was TKO'd with just 30 seconds left in round one, only for him to then sucker punch his opponent. And then as he was leaving the ring, a mob attacked him for what he did to Maria. But eventually that brawl being broke up, and then in a video, Habadi gave an apology, which was surreal. Right in it, Maria is standing next to him, clearly uncomfortable that she had to be near him. As he said, I didn't act right with her. The reason was that before the MMA fight, there were a lot of fist fights. I stayed there in the cage and just wanted to go out and fight. I was tense, and as most understand, emotions flourish in the fight. So before the fight, I acted badly towards Maria. I want to publicly apologize to her. I am a married man, so I respect the female gender. And in the end, the HFC didn't feel like his apology was sincere enough, and they banned him for life. Saying what happened in today's live broadcast is beyond all moral and ethical standards. No one has any right to touch, let alone beat the staff, employees, and partners of hardcore media. They also said that they'd be looking for the men who attacked Hey Body after the matches. They also would get lifetime bans from attending events. However, after hearing all that, it makes you wonder why so many people online were quick to say that Hey Body went after Maria because of how she was dressed. Well, he was obviously the bad guy in the situation. What he did was wrong. He never specifically mentioned anything like that. It was probably so believable to so many people because of what hot button topic hijabs have been in Iran. Like, there have been widespread protests that have been heard around the world. While many of those were crushed by the regime there, it still continues to be a major issue that flares up. With women continuing to stand up for themselves and protesting the rules despite clear repercussions if caught by the morality police, which isn't going away anytime soon. And with this, over the weekend we saw President Ibrahim Raisi actually say that he wants to not only keep strict hijab-related laws in place, but also expand their...
Could you imagine? Man, it makes me think of the crazy things that cultures do. There's so much pain. I mean, even us, the way we eat. Why do we have to eat so much everything? Like, I'm kind of interested in having the bug flour, making biscuits with freaking bug guts, bugs powdered down. I wonder if they have those yet. That sounds delicious. Let's see if we can find anything. Insect flour is a sustainable superfood. Oh, this is an ad. Insect protein powders. Ew, this is way too addy. Ooh. Wow, that's what it looks like? Man. Would you guys eat that? Would you eat insect bread? I would totally eat that. Probably doesn't even taste as bad as brown bread. Oh man. That looks good. Ooh. I wonder if you could, what it takes to have an insect farm. Let's look it up, you guys. Huh. Yeah, cricket escaping indoors. That's always fun. Entomophagus. Jeez, entomophagus. That's a new one. Everybody? Oh. Cool. Looks like you want me to sign up for something, and I'm not going to sign up for shit. guess I could read this out loud. Housing consists of nothing more than a 20-gallon plastic totes. Each one can support a population of 1,000 or so insects. The smooth sides of the totes prevent the crickets from climbing up and escaping. You need at least 2 totes, which will be used on a rotational basis for adult crickets and baby crickets. Other necessary materials include a selection of shallow plastic containers. Huh. I wonder if there's any video. Oh shit, somebody's asking for a video already. I guess we could just visualize it. What the hell is 69 degrees Fahrenheit? What's wrong with you Americans? Crazy. That's really interesting. I wonder if we'll have more people doing this, if you can buy flour like this. Hey now. How are you doing, honey? How you doing, honey? How you doing? How you doing, honey? What are you doing? Oh, you got a treat? That's what that is, right there. Oh, what do you got there now? What's that? She's such a good girl. Oh, cool.
Hey guys, Shelby Smith with Jiminy Crickets coming at you live from the Cricket Castle. Today I want to teach you guys how to keep crickets of your own, keep them alive, build a little house, what to do on a small scale for food and water. Eventually we'll get into breeding and all that kind of stuff, but I really just want to run you guys through the basics of keeping crickets, because that is probably one of the most common questions I get from reptile owners, people who are looking to start their own small scale farm. So today I'm going to run you through how to build a small little cricket house. So stay tuned. So first things first, you are going to need some kind of container. This is just one that I actually use for another purpose other than actually rearing crickets in. It is a 20 quart, I think I got it at Walmart. There's lots of different sizes you can use. Depending on how many crickets you're keeping, it depends on what size of container you will choose. Most reptile owners, or whatever else you're going to be keeping crickets for on a small scale, generally will take, 1,000 or so crickets at a time. I would recommend for 1,000, maybe go a little bit bigger than this. But if you're doing 500 or less, 20 quarts is more than plenty in terms of space. So there's a white lid somewhere that goes for this, but it's just a clear plastic tote. You can also do a colored tote that's not transparent. Actually, your crickets might like that better. It stresses them out a bit when it's clear. If you want to do a clear one though, a clear one that's colored, the ideal one, if you can find one, is a red transparent tote. And the reason for that is crickets can't see the color red, so it'll just appear as black to them, but you'll be able to see them inside. But if you were doing this for some sort of like science project, or just in general keeping them on a small scale, you definitely can do a transparent plastic box. Step number 1, find a container. So once you've got a container, then you need to put some form of housing in it. So I know I see on a lot of forums, and I get a lot of questions about vermiculite. You don't need to put vermiculite on the bottom. You can, but like it's something that you don't really need. What you do need is you need some sort of housing. So something for them to hide underneath. Something with surface area so that they just have places to hang out. So there's lots of different options you have for this. So obviously you have egg flats or egg cartons. You can cut them up or you can stack them depending on how big your bin is. These are pieces of old paper plates that I've just cut up. Toilet paper or paper towel rolls work really well as well. Or this is just some cardboard, the cardboard box that I cut slices off of. So any of these work for housing. You just need, like I said, you need surface area for them to crawl and hide and be a part of. Step number 2, find some housing. Find some hiding spots. So step number 3 is finding something for food and water. And please do not complicate this. It doesn't have to be complicated. I have these little plastic containers, little plastic Tupperware containers that I'm pretty sure I bought at the Dollar Tree. I think they were like 3 or 4 of them for $1. These will work great. A yogurt cup works great, just cut it off so that it's shorter, or the cap for a yogurt, the cap for all sorts of different canisters. All of those things will work for either your food or your water. Just don't complicate it. You have something like this laying around, use it. So step number 3, finding containers for your food and water. So another side note on whatever you use for your containers, if you are using plastics or something like this, make sure that you sand the outsides and insides of it. While crickets can get up and down most things, particularly pinheads can get up and down basically everything, as they get older and their weight to stickiness ratio, I guess, goes down, you are going to need to sand these so that it's more porous so that they can grab onto it. So I like to use a very coarse sandpaper for that, just makes bigger grooves, but you are going to want to scuff up all sides, inside and outside, top, bottom, all of that on whatever you use if it's plastic. Same will go for breeding trays later on, but we'll talk about that on another day. And the last thing that you'll want for the water is just some rocks, some pebbles. Basic pea rock will work. If you have like aquarium pebbles, stones, whatever you call them. If you have the things that you put at the bottom of an aquarium, those will work as well. But I would suggest pea gravel, standard rock. It'll be the cheapest. It'll be the most abundant depending on where you are. That works really well for the waterers. Again, do not complicate this, just like you're not going to complicate all the rest of it. You can do it with mostly things that you can find around your house or in your backyard. So the final step is assembly. So I will show you what I would do with the setup of all of the different random things that I've brought together to make what would be a cricket house. I might even put some crickets in it just to show you what it looks like. So assembly-wise, I'm going to go ahead and put in the water and the food first. You can really put them anywhere in the bin that you want. So I'm just setting them there just because. And then put in your housing. So whatever you've got, actually I might cut my paper towel roll in half there so it fits nicer. Set them in there like that. Prop them up however you want. If you want to nicely stack them in there, you totally can. But just like that, easy peasy, you have a cricket house. The one thing that I am missing, obviously, is that the top of the bin. The thing that you want to do with that, especially if you are having a couple hundred crickets in this bin, you're going to want to drill some holes in the top. Alternatively, you can cut a hole in the top and duct tape some screen over top, just some normal, everyday aluminum screen that goes like in a window or anything else, will definitely work. But this right here, in general, will work great as a feeder cricket setup. Super simple, stuff that you can generally speaking find around your house. We can talk more about food and water and all that stuff in a different video. But I think I'm going to grab some crickets to put in here so you guys can see what it looks like. Just like that. Happy crickets in their new house. So now that you have your house built, the biggest piece of advice I can give you is make sure that you keep them warm. Obviously keep them fed, keep them watered, make sure that there's proper ventilation so that they're getting decent airflow as well as you can in a small scale, but keep them warm. So you need to, depending on the breed that you're raising, so I raise a Acadia domesticus, so the common house cricket, native to Southeast Asia. Honestly, you get them below 80 degrees, they're not very happy, but I realize not everyone can have a cricket castle that they devote to ideal temperatures for Acadia domesticus. So if you can use a heat lamp to keep them warmer, but honestly if you can keep them above 75 degrees, you should do just fine, especially for feeders. So happy building. Hopefully that's a super simple way to show you how to make a cricket house.
I wonder if we got some cricket houses, we might be able to make our own protein. And I'm maybe hungry. Opera just going crazy with the CPU. Well, let's keep watching this, boys.
Their use. Although notably, that is not how most Iranians seem to feel. I mean, recently the government actually tried to have a pro-hijab rally, which barely anyone went to despite widespread advertising. And also, this isn't just about the hijab, rather fundamental differences in how parts of Iranian society view women or relations between the genders. I mean, take this recent example from a soccer game where a female fan ran onto the pitch after a soccer match to hug a player. The player was nice enough to indulge this fan, only to then get harassed by the morality police on the spot as touching between the sexes is forbidden outside of family and marriage. But that's a prohibition on paper, and many Iranians have far more lenient views on stuff like hugs, which led them to chanting shameless at the police, which seemed to have caused them to back off. And I know that some of this may seem like a tangent for a story that started out with, wow, that MMA fighter was making a fucking ass of himself. But I also think it's important to take deeper dives on these kind of surface level stories that we treat like candy. Because otherwise, the world is just black and white. Paint situations with a broad brush. Just because you see a Muslim man being being a complete ass towards a woman, that it shouldn't be assumed that it's because of his religion. I know fantastic and completely shitty people of all faiths or no faith. It's just as likely that this guy is being a massive asshole because he's just a massive asshole. And going back to this specific situation, we've seen countless Muslim men across Iran having come out in support of their mothers, sisters, and friends. And I also think that it serves as a reminder that people are just people. When someone says, I hate Iran, that what they're saying is, I hate the Iranian government. I hate the ruling class there. Because any place you look, you will find no shortage of people that are victims of that ruling class. That is true at home, that is true abroad, that will be true forever and always. And then subscriptions, they make life easier. But paying for subscriptions that you've forgotten about, that's another story. And thanks to a great sponsor of the PDS, Rocket Money, I'm no longer wasting money on subscriptions that I forgot about. Because if you didn't know, Rocket Money is a personal finance app that finds and cancels your unwanted subscriptions, it monitors your spending, and helps lower your bill so you can grow your savings. And I know that I've talked about it before, but before using Rocket Money, I thought I had like a few subscriptions. And I just couldn't believe it when it found like 12 subscriptions that I was still paying for. Between streaming services, also it feels like every app now has subscriptions built in, delivery services, like it's never ending. With Rocket Money, I have full control over my subscriptions and a clear view of my expenses. I see something I don't want, they can help me cancel it with just a few taps. And the dashboard helps with spending habits by comparing this month's spending compared to the last month. They'll even try to negotiate to lower your bills by up to 20%. Just submit a picture of your bill, and Rocket Money takes care of the rest. They'll deal with customer service for you, which is a socially exhausted person. Amazing. And you know, Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. So stop wasting money on things you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/PDS. It's rocketmoney.com/PDS. One more time, rocketmoney.com/PDS. And then I'm going to talk about this new investigation that recently became public. It's coming from the Insider in collaboration with 60 Minutes and Der Spiegel. They're uncovering new evidence linking Russia to the phenomenon known as Havana syndrome, and specifically finding that this mysterious illness may have its origin in the use of, quote, directed energy weapons wielded by members of a GRU hit squad simply known as Unit 29155. And not only that, but this investigation found reason to believe that the U.S. government not only knows more than it's letting on, but is actually intentionally misleading the public. But with all that said, just to kind of jog your memory, right, this all started back in 2016. Because that's when several U.S. diplomats stationed in Havana, Cuba, as well as CIA agents acting undercover as diplomats started reporting strange symptoms that seemingly had no explanation. With many saying that they were alone in their homes or hotel rooms when they suddenly heard a strange sound, and then suffering hearing loss, nausea, headaches, or some other ailment. So this mysterious illness, these unexplained anomalous health incidents, or AHIs as the U.S. government calls them, came to be known as Havana syndrome. With some anonymous U.S. officials soon speaking to the press to say they'd been targeted with an advanced device that operated outside the range of audible sound, and also saying that the investigators were looking into the possibility that the attacks were carried out by a third country, such as Russia. But, you know, since then, evidence to support that theory, it's been very hard to come by. And that is even more cases were reported elsewhere, with the most well-documented being in China in 2018. The U.S. even walking back on its claims that these were attacks at all, with some even suggesting this whole thing was a breakout of mass psychogenic illness. It was even saying things like this one Vanity Fair piece that claimed to have the definitive real story behind Havana syndrome, arguing that it was just the result of, quote, psychological contagion. But we should note that even before this investigation, there were real problems with that theory, or at least with it being the only explanation. You know, at least 100 AHI cases have been reported worldwide, affecting American spies, diplomats, military officers, their families, and even household pets. And many of them have actually been diagnosed with mild traumatic brain injuries. And in fact, some have suffered from such severe long-term effects they can, quote, no longer function on a day-to-day basis and have been medically retired from government service. And actually, when the State Department convened a meeting of academic and government experts to review the Havana cases, one of these experts said there was not one individual on the team who was not convinced that this was a real thing. Well, David Relman, a Stanford University professor who led another study on Havana syndrome, said they found clear evidence of an injury to the brain. One of the ways this investigation has actually connected Russia to these injuries is by geolocating known Russian operatives to places around the world just before or at the time of reported incidents. And these operatives, as mentioned, are part of Unit 29155, which, unlike other units within Russia's intelligence services, is devoted exclusively to so-called kinetic, or in other words, violent military operations, with that including assassination, sabotage, and political destabilization. The former high-ranking CIA officer telling the Insider their mission is to find, fix, and finish, all in support of Vladimir Putin's imperial dreams. And in one instance, a high-ranking member of the unit named Igor Gordienko, who was in Frankfurt at the same time a U.S. government employee reported symptoms consistent with what came to be known as Havana syndrome. And that notably being in 2014, a full 2 years before everything happened in Cuba. And it happened after that government employee had an encounter with a man with a Russian accent acting suspiciously across the road from the consulate residential complex. When the investigation showed the employee a photo of Gordienko, he, quote, did not hesitate in confirming that Gordienko was a suspect skulking around outside U.S. consulate housing. We saw much of the same thing in a 2021 case in Georgia, where the wife of a U.S. official was taking her laundry out of the dryer when she felt a sharp pain in her left ear, followed by a piercing headache. When she looked outside, she said she saw a black Mercedes parked directly opposite her laundry room and a man standing nearby. And when she photographed the car, she wasn't able to get a picture of the man before he drove away. But according to 2 U.S. government officials and other reporting, it may have been a guy by the name of Albert Averiano, who's the son of the founding commander of Unit 29155, who's been groomed for espionage since childhood, and whose email activity and other evidence placed him there at the time of the attack. And again, when the woman was shown a photograph of this man, she recognized him immediately. Notably, this woman has some of the most severe injuries of any victim, having undergone 2 surgeries already, and actually now needing a third to address the rapid deterioration of her temporal bone, which is a condition that she says her neurosurgeon cannot explain. And with this, obviously these are just 2 cases, and the investigation didn't necessarily place a Russian operative at the scene of every single reported attack. One thing that does connect almost all of the attacks is that they involve U.S. personnel with subject matter expertise in Russia or operational experience in countries such as Georgia and Ukraine, which are 2 former Soviet states that have undergone pro-Western revolutions. And Greg Edgreen, who led the military investigation of Havana syndrome, saying
consistently there was a Russia nexus. There was some angle where they had worked against Russia, focused on Russia, and done extremely well.
In fact, Edgreen also told 60 Minutes that if he was wrong about Russia being behind anomalous health incidents, he would come on the show and eat his time. And importantly with all this, the investigation also uncovered actual documents indicating Russian involvement. This including something written by a high-ranking official and former KGB agent, which said that hundreds of employees of foreign intelligence services have been identified and neutralized in recent years. And that also including a document showing senior members of Unit 29155 being tasked with and rewarded for successfully testing, quote, non-lethal acoustic weapons. Notably, there's a well-documented history of Russia trying to develop these types of weapons. As far back as 1974, a Soviet patent was issued to a military unit that developed and claimed to have successfully tested, quote, a non-lethal device inducing sleep in the target via the use of radio waves. And in 2010, according to another document uncovered by this investigation, research had taken place in Russia on the development of basic technologies for the creation of a new generation of sonar and acoustic weapon systems. So basically, all of this together, testimonies from victims, placing Russian operatives at the scene of attacks, the history, and these other documents, they paint a pretty convincing picture of Russia being behind this in one way or another. But despite that, in March of last year, the U.S. intelligence community issued a report stating that it was very unlikely that AHIs were caused by a foreign adversary, saying that the symptoms were probably due to pre-existing conditions, conventional illnesses, and environmental.
I heard this before on, like Destiny was talking about it, and one of Destiny's, gremlins, one of his gremlins, oh no, was it Dan? One of his gremlins found it and brought it and said, hey, look at this. Now it's, wow, now it's on Philip DeFranco. Just waiting. I would watch you guys, but I'm trying to get some people.
factors, with that notably seeming to directly contradict a report from a year earlier. That earlier one finding that AHIs had, quote, a unique combination of core characteristics that cannot be explained by known environmental or medical conditions and could be due to external stimuli, as well as going against what their own people who investigated the matter had said, like Greg Edgreen. So of course, for many of the people who have always believed that they were attacked, this all felt like a slap in the face. With the investigation also reporting that many felt betrayed by their government. In fact, saying that a consensus has formed among them that the U.S. government and the CIA in particular, they're hiding the full extent of what they know about Havana Syndrome. This including the first CIA officer to be affected in Cuba who told the Insider either the intelligence community is incapable of carrying out its most basic function or it is worked to cover up the facts and gaslight injured employees and the public. And Mark Lindsay, the State Department official who was allegedly attacked in China, he says that U.S. government personnel have actually privately acknowledged that his illness was the result of some sort of energy weapon. And as far as like what reason would the U.S. government have to cover this up, one theory is that this could arguably be considered an act of war. They'd much rather handle things behind the scene rather than things blowing up publicly. But the second main theory is that it could limit recruitment to the CIA and State Department. But I do want to stress, with all of this said, there's still so much we do not know. For example, the investigation notes that it's still unclear exactly how the attacks were carried out or whether multiple types of devices have been used, with some skeptics still arguing that building a weapon like this that could be easily transported is a technical impossibility. And so while this investigation has revealed so many things, in many ways, this is still very much a mystery. With all that said, I now want to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts with all this? Let me know what you're thinking in those comments down below. That is where today's show is going to end. And just remember, my name is Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Watch another video. We could go over let's open up another paint. Should we save this one? I kind of want to save this. No. Stream images. Sure. What day is it today? The 23rd. Oh, I couldn't do slashes. Could have done spaces. Well, I got saved. I don't know. I kind of want to keep this for somebody who shows up. Oh, perfect. Sorry about that, guys. Block that out. All right. What else can we talk about? Let's. What was the topic again? April 23rd. Opening ourselves to love. Well, that's freaking hard. I think we have to love ourselves before we can have love from someone else. I mean, some people love us more than we love ourselves. That would be a good relationship to be in. So putting what should we do for that one? First, we have to believe fast. First, you have to believe. Believe you deserve love. First, you have to decide you deserve love. Start by believing everyone deserves love, then try to believe that you deserve love. Steps to become someone who deserves, who is loved. Good, good, good. We are doing good, good, good. Good, good, good. How do I zoom? Oh, here it is. Oops. That was me. That's me. Sorry. Start by believing. Believe. Well, spelled that wrong. That's okay. Alright. I'm thinking of quitting for today. baby Nelly, Nelly Bell. My baby, and I love you so much more. Love you, baby Nell. I love you, baby Nell. Love you, baby Nell. Such a good girl. I am pretty tired though. 8:33. We've got some topics. Not saying anything, just sitting here waiting for people. It's definitely not what I want to be doing. I think I'm going to call it quits for today. Thank you guys. Thanks, everybody.